own is always about what is negative. And never involve yourself in a relationship with a negative person. It will affect you in the future. So you have to be very careful. You have to cultivate healthy relationships. Healthy relationships. And if you try and try and try and try, you still cannot love yourself, seek professional help. There are people who are skilled. They can talk you into loving yourself. A psychologist can psych you up. And if you keep trying, you still cannot love yourself, then you need God, who is love, to help you love yourself. All right. Very soon we'll need to talk about some other things like the economy, talk about global warming and many other topics. But let's look at this important topic. This is very important, and I would like everybody, wherever you are, to pay attention to this. It's a very important topic. Reason is that no one ever runs away from this. No one ever runs away from this. Now, let me tell you something. If you see a man who says that he doesn't have an enemy, know that he's the enemy of himself. All right? Do you know that there are people who hate you for nothing? You ask them, why do you hate this person? They say, I cannot really say, but I don't just like him. So we are going to look at how to live with an enemy. Because so long as you are on this side of eternity, you keep seeing enemies. You go to your workplace, you would see them. You go to the marketplace, you will see them. You are in school, you will see some enemies. People who try to oppose you. People who don't really like you. They don't like the things you do. They are not interested in your life and all of that. Every little thing you do offends them. Some years back, when I was still in primary school, I had one young man in that village. In fact, growing up in that village was a very difficult moment for me because of that young man. Whenever he would see me, he must beat me. Just for nothing. Whenever I would return to school, the moment I spot him, I would be fidgeting. Because somehow he must alight from the bicycle to beat me. Just for no cause. I had never done anything to offend him. Just no. And he was far more older than myself. Whenever he would see me, he would look for a way to beat me. just for no cause. So it's very important for you to know that sometime in life, people just hate you naturally. You cannot explain it. What did Haman say? Even when he was highly exalted during the Medo-Persian Empire, he made a statement. He said, I'm not happy with all this wealth so long as I keep saying Mordecai sitting at the gate. He is not contesting. your wealth. He's not doing anything. He's not trying to snatch your wife. He's not trying to get your wealth from you. And you are not happy so long as you see him walking at the gate. I think you are supposed to envy someone who is high as you are. So you can see that. So we have got to look at this interesting topic, how to live with an enemy. The first thing you have to do is to maintain civility. Be civil. Much as the fellow is opposing you, much as the fellow doesn't like anything about you, you have got to be civil. Still greet the person, still talk, just talk highly of the fellow. Don't try to throw tantrums. Don't try to, pay back. Don't try to be like him. Be civil. Be civil. Still show them respect, much as someone hurts you. Why? Everybody has the right to be loved and respected. Still show the fellow respect. You shouldn't allow the negative attitude of the person to erode you of your values in life. So you have got to be civil. You've got to be civil. Still, show the person respect. Show the person courtesy. Still need to be courteous to the fellow. That someone is opposing you, that someone is maltreating you is not enough reason why you should backbite, why you should, try to bring them down, why you should do things to devalue them. It's not enough reason to do that. So it's very important that you get to take note of that. Now, this other point is as important as the first one. Try to set boundaries between you and that fellow. How do I mean? Be careful. Be sure that the conversation you are having with the fellow is not such that would lead into disagreement. All right? Much as you are civil, be very careful that you set boundaries. Try to keep the discussion at a level that will not trigger something. Just keep it on the surface. Set boundaries. Respect their space. Maintain your own space. If you notice you are talking with a fellow and the fellow is trying to get upset, what do? You keep talking. Sorry, you stop talking. You simply stop talking. Don't keep talking. Don't keep talking. It's very important. Now, you need to find neutral ground. Find a neutral ground. How do I mean? Be sure whenever you are with a fellow, the topic you discuss is not the type that will get him upset. Be sure that whatever you are doing is not the type that will bring out the enmity in him. So you have to be very careful. Another point is, if you notice that the person's attitude towards you is just too bad, you can seek mediation. you can seek mediation, which is very important. You can try to talk to someone. You can try to ask someone to come and help out. You can try to talk to someone to mediate, to speak on your behalf. It is very important. Someone can mediate, a third party can just come in to try to speak to the fellow. Another point is that you need to stay calm and collected. Be unruffled. Be calm and collected. Many times, people are carried away by what others do to them. You have to live your life in such a way that nothing someone does to you, shakes your value system. Be calm and collected. Be yourself. You shouldn't allow the bad attitude of another person to unsettle you. You shouldn't allow the ignorance of one individual to play down on your values. Be calm. Don't follow the matter the way they are pushing you into. Try to be calm. The person is coming, to attack you. Try to be yourself. Don't retaliate. Don't try to, react. As a matter of fact, you know that it is not what happens to you that is the main thing. It's your reaction towards that thing. So much as the person is coming at you, try to be yourself. Be calm and collected. This is very, very important. This is very, very important. And another point is that you have to choose your battles. Choose your battles. It is not everything you can react to. All right? There are some things somebody who hates you would do. You just pay a blind eye to it. It's not everything you should react to. You just let go certain things. Decide issues to address. And decide the ones not to address. It's not everything that you must address. No, it's not supposed to be like this. It's not supposed to be like that and all of that. No, no, no. Sometimes you have to let those things lie. You need to let them lie. And much as someone hates you, much as you have some negative persons around you, you have to focus on your self-care. You shouldn't allow, as I said before, the bad attitude, the negative, attitude people are putting up towards you to unsettle you. This is very important. Now, you can equally have a support system for yourself. Have people you can talk to. It could be family members. Let them know what is going on between you and that fellow. Very important. I read in the Bible and I saw a place where David said before he died, he mentioned certain people. He said, you see these people, they are my enemies. He mentioned them to his children before he died. All right? So you can't just notice that this person really hates you and you don't have people you can talk to. People that can provide you support. People that can help you cope with the negative energies they are channeling towards you. Now, this is very important. The last 2 points I'm going to mention now are very important. Second to the last is that if you have an enemy that is seriously fighting you, that is always getting at you, at a level that is getting unbearable, document what they do to you. You may need them tomorrow as evidence. Yes. Very important. Document those things. You can keep the exhibits. You can document them. And as a matter of fact, even if you are seeking professional advice, the person offering the service would like to work on the track record of the events that played out in the past to be able to advise you better. So you need to document. Don't just joke with such information, because the law enforcement agencies might need such records to be able to treat your case. So don't pay a blind eye to such issues. It's very important. You need to take note of that. Another point is that you may have to explore housing options. If you are living in the same compound with a fellow, you may have to relocate. Give space. Try to give space. Try to give space. If the fellow is a roommate, maybe you need to detach and stay somewhere else to be able to have peace of mind, because there is nothing, very few things are as bad as someone returning home and the home is not peaceful. So you have got to be careful. And finally, let me say this. As I said earlier on, in life, no man is an enemy. Everyone is a teacher. Reason is that that person you see as an enemy, the things he does to you, you can learn and avert meeting with such people in the future. Now we would look at what keeps rich countries richer. What keeps rich countries richer? This is very important. There are countries in the world that are very rich, and ever since you were born, they are still very rich. They are still very rich. Their wealth doesn't drop. I do not want to use any country in the world as a case study. But I think I can use America. The whole world, can go through recession, but they will still find a way around it. It could be tough. I know it is tough everywhere, but somehow there are countries that have strong economies. The economic system of such countries are very strong. Very strong. And that happens as a result of the system they are running. It's a system that runs undisturbed. It's a system. And on the other hand, we equally have countries that are poor and they keep getting poorer by the day. So we have got to see what these other countries that keep getting richer by the day do to be able to continue that way That's why this topic becomes very important. Number one, these people have human capital. They invest in education. They train their citizens to be experts in different fields. Human capital. Why? Developed countries are developed by developed citizens. The audience are not clapping. So they try to develop their citizens. The human capital, very strong. They have experts in different areas. The educational system is pragmatic in nature. It's not theoretic. Many years ago, we learned in elementary chemistry that the basicity of an acid is the number of replaceable hydrogen ion in one molecule of the acid. All right? But we have never seen an ion before. So these countries try to, be pragmatic. They develop their citizens. They have a very strong and innovative workforce that contribute to the economy. That's what they do. They pay so much. They bring experts from different countries to train their people. They pay attention to qualitative education. They don't joke with education. And their curricula are not monotonous. They keep changing their curricula to be able to meet up with global best practices. There are countries that their academic curricula have never changed. Since 60s, they have been that way. No, you need to inject fresh blood. You need to inject a sense of freshness. There are some topics they teach some students in school that are obsolete. Obsolete. So these countries pay attention to mental development. They develop the workforce. There are some countries who develop their citizens such that these people are so innovative, mentally sound, well-trained professionals, such that other countries desire their expertise, and they do not pay these individuals personally. They send the pay to their countries. I don't know if you're aware of that. That's the truth. They do not pay those fellows individually. Whatever they pay goes into the economy of that country. The country took time, they spent money to be able to have these experts. This is very important. So these countries get richer because of human capital. Another one is technological advancements. Technological advancements. Some years back, I was following up an electioneering process in one of the western parts of the world, in one of the countries in the western parts of the world. What I saw was interesting. The election proper was not a big deal. I saw a woman who was just going along the street. She stopped by to cast her vote and went away. That was just it. No policeman. The crowd was not there. The ballot was just there. The woman was just passing. Oh, election, this thing. Bang, bang, bang. Put it on. She left. And you know what? They have a strong technological arrangement that would deliver the results chronologically and excellently done. Excellently done. There are countries that use card readers. There are countries that use a lot of gadgets. The other day, I learned of, I think in America, precisely, New York, there was a breakthrough in the medical field. The first time that there was a success, they recorded that kind of success of having to do successful eye transplants. Eye transplants. Successful. So you can imagine that. I equally learned about a situation where someone stayed in a particular state and carried out an operation in another state without going there to use his hands to carry out the operation. The patient is in another state and the fellow is here. That's technological advancement. Bam, 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 bam. There are some devices placed around the fellow. And the young man is here manipulating the computer, the gadget. And the operation is carried out in another state. And you can imagine what other countries pay to go to such countries to have such services. Technological advancements. Now, there are countries in the world that are still struggling, and we call them third world countries. They are still struggling. And it would interest you to know that some of these third world countries are supposed to do much better than the Western countries, the Western world. How do I mean? Because civilization actually started from such countries. For example, this thing we call video call started from Africa. Video call started from Africa. Yes, it started from Africa. And now it is as if it's a new thing. No, it isn't. Some years back, our foreparents could get to the shrine and command, bring out a mirror and call so person. Come out, and the person appears. That's video call. They call out the name of the person. They would call out the name of the person. And the fellow would do what? Appear. That's the beginning. That was the beginning of the era of video call. So these guys, these rich countries have succeeded in using technology to leverage on what the Africans had originally. Technological advancements. What they did before now was not paid for. Maybe with such services you could, if you had a bottle of kai kai, a bottle of hot drink, you would pay for, that kind of video call. But today, for you to have a phone that can do video call, you have to part, with some money. So technological advancements keep rich countries richer. Another thing that keeps rich countries richer is infrastructure. You go there, the healthcare system is fantastic. They have good roads. They have energy networks. The infrastructure is fantastic. Because whenever the infrastructure of a country is fantastic, it aids productivity. Experts are able to work. There is a conducive environment for the economy to thrive. So these and many more make rich countries to continue to maintain a state of superiority over, the other countries who are not doing well economically. Now, another point is that they have open and stable markets. This is very important. They promote entrepreneurship. I know of a country that has made it very, very easy for her citizens to do business and succeed. How do I mean? They do everything to make sure that they protect businesses owned by citizens. You cannot enter into that country to have a work permit except you get it from an indigenous company. And that indigenous company would have to decide how long you would have the job. For example, if the job offer is for 2 years, you cannot work in another company up until you exhaust the 2 years. If you must terminate that contract, you have to come back to your country and stay for 2 years before being eligible to enter that country again. Very important. So the open market is very, very important. This helps to attract foreign investments and foster healthy competition. Now, another point is that rich countries that keep remaining relevant in terms of wealth. If you look at these countries very critically, citizens in such countries have access to capital. you have a good business plan, there is money for you to execute. Those countries try to make it a lot easier for their citizens to access funds to do business. They try to remove bureaucratic bottlenecks to help their citizens to access funds to do business. You have a good idea, a good business idea. You have a good proposal. You are creative. These countries would give you the capital to go ahead and explore and expand that which you have. And that helps the host country, helps the economy of that country. Another important point is that these countries have global trade network. Global trade network. The network is very tight. It's not something that is domesticated. You know, the network is, they are here, they are there, and all of that. And they create a kind of atmosphere that would encourage external investors. There are countries who enact stringent rules and regulations that do not encourage investors to come in. This point I'm going to mention now is important, but there are countries who have this and they are still struggling. If you want to check, you would know that these countries who get richer by the day have natural resources. They have natural resources. One of the things I like about America is the practice of sustainable development. I like that about America. Sustainable development talks about development for now, the future. As a matter of fact, to my mind, America has moved from prosperity to posterity. One thing is to be prosperous. Another thing is to get to the level of posterity. Talking about the generation unborn. They think far ahead. They try to conserve their resources. Not many people know that America has oil. Plenty of it. By the day. So these countries have mineral resources, natural resources, and they make the best use of them. They are not frivolous. They don't engage in wantonness. They don't engage in wantonness. They try to conserve what they have. This is very important. The point I'm going to mention now. Countries who keeps becoming richer by the day, ability, political stability and cohesion. Any country that is always fighting, the economy of that country will not grow. Because of what? After fighting, they will come back to rebuild the country. They fight, they pull down structures, they set schools ablaze, they set homes ablaze, they set that no country can develop beyond the development of her citizens. Now, we are going to look at another interesting topic. Another interesting topic. Football as a unifying factor. As a matter of fact, football is the most popular sport in the world. It will interest you to know that it has 3.5 billion fan base. 3.5 billion fan base. People watch football. We know about the war in Ukraine. We know about the war between Russia and Ukraine. In some clubs, football clubs, you see Russian footballers and Ukrainian footballers playing together and hugging themselves. The two countries are fighting, but their citizens are embracing themselves in a football match. So football is really a unifying factor, a unifying factor in the world. And please note this: football has an active representative from virtually all countries of the world. Somehow, you must have someone who plays football professionally in every country of the world. It's very important that we pay attention to this sport. Now, do you know that a country can have conflict with another country, and country A, for example, country A is fighting against country B? Do you know that the citizens of country A can have compassion on country B? Why? The player he or she supports is from that country. For example, I have a soft spot for Belgium because of Trossard. That's a footballer that I like. Yeah, Trossard. He's from Belgium. So I have a soft spot for that country. So it's a unifying factor. And whenever a goal is scored, you see all of them celebrating. They don't even care to know if they are not from the same countries. They celebrate together. You see Russians, Ukrainians, they hug themselves. So football is a unifying sport. So we need to preserve this sport. There are a lot of factors that should be put in place for us to be able to keep promoting the values of football that you will hear in my subsequent talks, because I would get to talk about the VAR. So, it is really a unifying sport. Now, do you know that football fans from a certain club see themselves as family. You will hear my Arsenal brother, my Arsenal sister, my Chelsea brother, my Man U brother. They see themselves as what? As family. They haven't even seen the players face to face before, just on the screen, and they form a family. So you can see how deep this sport is. Now, I would like to make the following recommendations as touching football as a unifying factor. Number one, football should be a tool for alternative dispute resolution. As a tool for alternative dispute resolution. How do I mean? I think it would make sense if there is a football competition between Russia and Ukraine. Okay. It's ephemeral. Something that is ephemeral is something that is like a vapor that doesn't last for long. Job speaks. So life is ephemeral. Life is brutal and short. Life is short. It is disappearing in nature. Disappearing in nature. There are so many people that we saw 2 years ago who are no longer around today. It's disappearing in nature. Life evaporates. Nothing is constant. Things keep changing. The old man you see today was a very handsome young man yesterday. Nothing ever lasts forever. Even the Bible says that no crown endures to every generation. Life is ephemeral. It's not static. It's not. It's not that long. It's pretty short. You would see a very beautiful lady today, and you are like, oh, this is the most beautiful lady in the world. Give her some years. Life is like flower. It blossoms during the day and withers at night. Life is ephemeral, and it is full of ups and downs. Today you can be happy. Tomorrow you become sad. It's what life offers you. So you have got to know that nothing is ever permanent so long as you are still alive. Nothing is ever permanent. Even the joy you have. You are happy, the happiness sets in. Before long, something would happen that the happiness is gone. Would disappear. It's full of ups and downs. Now let me share a story that would... Okay, maybe before I share the story, I would like to remind you that life is like a mirage. Have you ever traveled on the road before and you are in a car and you look far ahead? It's as if there is a pool of water on the road. The closer you get, the more the pool of water disappears. That's life. It's like a mirage. So, okay, permit me to summarize this topic by telling you a story. There was a fox that was on a journey one day. As he was going, he spotted a vineyard that had lovely fruits. Lovely fruits. And the fruits were ripe. I've got to eat them. And the entire size. So he needed to fast for 3 days to trim down. He fasted for 3 days and the whole could size him. He went in, enjoyed the fruits, had a wonderful time. Oh, he really enjoyed himself. He was just too happy. Lovely fruits, very tasty. And he didn't have any competitor. No one struggled with him. He was all alone, enjoyed the fruits alone. No competitor. So he was so excited. He kept eating and eating and eating and eating and eating. After some days, he said, I've got to go home. He said, wow, I just have to go home. He tried to put his head through the same hole he used to enter. He couldn't pass through the hole again because over time he had gathered weight again. So he had to fast again for 3 days to trim down. So after 3 days, the weight reduced and the hole could size him. And he looked back and said, vineyard, of what use are you to me? I came in slim and I'm going out slim. That summarizes the ephemerality of life. I would like us to look at something interesting as well. I would like us to look at something interesting as well. The importance of Sunday school in the church. The importance of Sunday school in the church. Now we have a lot of congregations that do not really pay attention to Sunday school these days. And it's more like something that is in vogue. It is as if a church is still observing Sunday school, it's an Orthodox church. They are the ones who do Sunday school. Some Pentecostal groups no longer observe the Sunday school. But it's fine all the same. They have a way of teaching their congregation. They have a way of, trying to supplement for that special time. Maybe during, weekdays, they try to teach. Then on Sundays, they have the normal worship service. Either way is fine. But I'm just looking at the importance of the Sunday school. Now, it affords the opportunity for members to be taught on religious education. This is very important. It provides a structured way of teaching. People on religious education. It affords children, youth, and adults to learn doctrine, biblical doctrine, principles. They learn about the faith. And as a matter of fact, we must know that the church is an agent of socialization. People can go out to learn in the church. You can learn about your environment, the society. You can learn about how to read and write. You can learn about a lot of things. You can learn culture equally in the church. So this religious education is very important. There are some individuals who are Christians and they are very shallow in their knowledge of so they can be grounded in the faith. Another point is that it breeds spiritual growth. Spiritual growth. The Sunday school helps in enhancing spiritual growth. As you keep studying the Bible, you keep growing in the knowledge of the truth. The Bible says, wherewithal shall the young man cleanse his way? Shall a young man cleanse his way? By taking heed thereto according to his words, according to thy word. So, it helps one to grow spiritually. There are a lot of people who have been in the faith for so long a time, and they are still babies. That's why the Bible says, as newborn babies, desire the sincere milk of the word that ye may grow thereby. 1 Peter 2 verse 2. So, as they keep receiving teachings, as they keep receiving doctrinal teachings, they keep growing in the faith. They keep exercising their muscles. They grow up to become much more mature in the faith. It equally aids youth development. The development, that stage is very important. The adults have already learned so much. So they use their experience that they have gathered over the years to teach the younger ones. So it gives them that opportunity to learn from the elderly persons. And it equally helps in continuous learning. Every Sunday they get to be taught. Every Sunday they learn. So this helps in continuous learning. They learn it this Sunday, the next Sunday they learn again, upper Sunday they learn again. So the learning becomes continuous. It's not something that is fluctuating. So this makes it very interesting to always have the Sunday school in our services. It is also a place that supplies knowledge. Knowledge, very important. There are a lot of people that have learned so much at the platform of the Sunday school. There are people that have even learned how to read and write as a result of the Sunday school. There are some people who have learned very important life lessons as a result of the Sunday school. So it affords one the opportunity to learn. Opportunity to learn, opportunity to keep growing. And you know when you stop learning, you start dying. So it is well structured, it is not haphazard. Because there are some denominations that have their own manuals. Well structured. And some of those places have those manuals in series. They try to exhaust, they try to break into series so that there would be a detailed way to be able to drive home the lesson. They notice that just 2 series may not do. They keep extending. They can have as many series as possible. So that helps the people to learn deep things in the faith. And another point is that it enhances fellowship and networking. Fellowship. As people gather to learn together, they are fellowshipping. They are fellowshipping. They come together, they share their thoughts, they network. Sometimes they are divided into groups. They constantly see these people every Sunday. So that sense of fellowship is there. They have a strong network. Sometimes they can belong to a particular WhatsApp group. They try to network, they try to come together. So it encourages fellowship. It encourages fellowship. For example, a Sunday school teacher may stay maybe in a Sunday without seeing a member of the class. He would have to put a call through. That process is encouraging fellowship. So the importance of the Sunday school can hardly be overemphasized. Thank you so much. Now, does anybody have a question? This is question and answer session. So please, you are free to ask your question. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Treated, they never show interest. It looks as if they are being forced to participate in the exam. So, which other method can we apply? Exception of the interaction and the teaching method that have been used over time.
Okay, thank you so much. A lot of factors can contribute to youths not being interested or losing the interest in the Sunday school. A lot of factors can be attributed to such development. One of which is the nature of the teaching experience, the nature of the teaching experience. If they are taught like adults, they may not be interested. That's why it is usually recommended that they have a special session for themselves. They have a way of relating to things. They have their own languages. They have their own perspectives. So they would like someone who is teaching them to align with their own line of thoughts. And apart from the fact that the teacher has to interact, to make it interactive, for them to equally contribute, we have to look at the problem of monotony. If it's been one strategy all the time, the style can change. The sitting arrangement can change. All right? The Sunday school can be acted out as drama for them to sit and enjoy. That would really catch their attention. Another point is that it might not be the fault of the method. It may not really be the fault. The teacher can carry out a research to sample out the opinion of the youth, to find out what they would have done to inject life for them to really enjoy the Sunday school. That kind of research can be carried out. And again, sometimes youth may not patronize the Sunday school because it looks more like a routine thing. All right? They come in, look so normal. It's more like that of last Sunday. All right? So what is new? So if the teachers can find a way to try to spice it up with a lot of varieties, to be able to capture the attention. Youth like variety. You try to diversify for them to be accommodated. These and many more can help to address the aspect, the issue of youth not being interested in Sunday school. Thank you so much. Does any other person have a question? Okay, thank you, sir.
Well, sir, we want to, on behalf of everybody here, I want to say you've done creditably well in your words, sir. And I want to ask a question that has to do with, how to reconcile with, people you have offended. There are some cases in which it may be very, severe, or maybe what happened there was life-threatening, or it led to the loss of a life. Now, I want to use this very story, to ask my question. In an armed robbery attack. And in the process, somebody, the victim, at the long run, the person had an encounter when he wanted to go and do the restitution to that very family whose child was lost in the process of the armed robbery attack, it became a major issue. In fact, the way the parents reacted, the family members, you know, the way they reacted, they equally wanted to kill him as well, so that the pain of losing a loved one, you know, might be maybe reduced if possible. So I want to find out if it happens that it is such a very sensitive case, and you know very well that there will be hurts by the time you go to make restitution, you go to make peace with such a family. What is the best method to, you know, to handle this? How can you approach it so that it won't result into something fatal, something disastrous in the process of trying to make restitution and then make peace with God and with man? Thank you, sir.
Okay. As I said, in extreme cases like that, you just have to be careful. You really need to seek help, professional advice on how to go about it. I would advise that in a case like that, you don't just go out of your way to embark on the restitution just like that. Try to seek the services of a counselor. Let someone who is well versed in the law counsel you with the using the laws of the land to be able to guide you through, because that is a serious offense that has legal implications. So I would recommend the services of a lawyer in the counseling process, because it's a case that may not die immediately, and it's something that should be handled professionally. Thank you so much. Does any other person have a question? Okay.
Thank you, sir. Still relating to the issue of reconciliation, is it advisable that after making tender apology the right way, and you are satisfied that you have done it, and the fellow whom you
Offended.
offended refused to accept your apology, what is the right thing to do?
Okay, you have apologized to the one you offended, and the person is not taking the apology. All you need to do is to be patient. Allow the fellow to heal, depending on the severity of the hurt. The person might not accept the apology just like that. And again, you need to find out what really happened. If it is something that made the person to suffer, maybe the person lost his or her job as a result of what you did wrong, maybe a lie that was told and the person lost his or her job, I believe what will make the person to heal faster is to regain the job. So you go back and tell the truth so that the person can be restored. So sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it could be just the nature of the individual not to forgive easily. So it doesn't mean that at the long run, the person might not forgive. So you just, keep being civil, keep being nice, keep doing what you are supposed to do for the fellow, hoping that one day the person will see things from the correct perspective. Okay. Okay, there is a hand over there.
I really need to ask this question. And the question is regarding substitution. Okay, let me say, for instance, you made away with something that belongs to someone, and after a couple of years, the stuff actually got lost. Okay? Then my question is it advisable to buy that thing you stole, go back to the person and ask for forgiveness, or should you just close the chapter about it?
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I would advise that you go to the fellow and let him or her know what you did first. Sometimes the person may not need that thing again. Okay? The fellow may not need that thing again. It's after apologizing and the person says, I still need my thing. You can go ahead and replace it. But over time, I've heard people going out to try to restitute for something they had gotten from someone wrongly, and the thing was no longer in place. And the person will say, just forget it. All right? But the first thing is for you to uncover what was covered by telling the fellow, this is me, I did this thing. All right? I would like to replace it. And the person says, fine, go ahead. Then you go ahead and replace it. But it's not bad if you can get a new one to go along with it. It's still fine. But if you don't have it at that moment, you can meet the fellow. This was what I took from you. The thing got lost. How would you want me to replace it? But a lot of times, people would be happy that they actually found out the truth. It may just be about knowing the true picture of things at the time. Thank you so much. Okay.
All right. I would like to ask, you said developed countries, speaking on your topic about developed countries and developed nations, you said developed countries are developed by developed citizens. It is noticed in this part of the world that many citizens are less interested in the development of their own country. They feel they are less rewarded by their efforts, so they rather translate their efforts into developing other countries. I'd like to ask, how can we bring back this interest, this zeal in developing our own country? Thank you very much.
That's a good question, very intelligent one. Okay, I would recommend that the host country should have a good reward system. The pay package should be good. Because if you have the best in your home, you may not look outside. So if they are highly motivated financially, they have their needs met, they wouldn't look outside. And sometimes these people go out of their countries to other countries for further development. For further development. There are countries of the world that you work, they keep developing you over time. You work there for 5 years and you come back here, you're a different person entirely. So the government in such a country that the citizens are living to go to other countries should make sure that their experts are well paid for their expertise, and their developmental programs, incentives, and good prospects for them to keep remaining in their countries. Thank you so much. All right, let's look at a topic that is going to enlighten so many of us, because I've seen a lot of young men and a lot of matured men equally. And very soon, those of them who are still young would grow up to become husbands. So I would like to look at attributes of a good husband. So it is needful for you to be able to listen to this so that by the time you get married, you become a good husband to your wife. Oh, being a good husband, honestly, is a combination of so many things. And if you tell people who are married and they are good husbands, they would tell you that it could be so demanding. That's just the truth. They would tell you that it's not something that happens spontaneously. They would tell you that it is a conscious thing, conscious effort, that a lot of work goes into it. Nobody is born a good husband. You try to work out your way to become one. I'm yet to see someone that is sent down from heaven as a good husband. This is a good husband. You know. So, these qualities are developed. These qualities are mastered over time. And actually, there are people who are good husbands, but they don't even know. There are people who are good husbands, but a lot of factors have not even allowed them to know that they are. For example, someone can be a very good husband or has, tendencies in his favor to be a good husband, but he's not matured in his marriage to be a good husband. Why? When you get married to someone newly, there would be some issues because of lack of understanding. You haven't really understood your wife. So there will be a lot of misunderstandings. And you might be tempted to believe that you are not a good husband. But you are. It's just a growth process. You've just come in, you've just started. You don't really know the woman. She doesn't really know you. So there are a lot of, hiccups in the relationship. And you can say, no, I'm not I'm not a, a good husband. In fact, the outsiders can label you a bad husband without really knowing that you are going through a process. A child who is growing up or a child who is learning to walk will be rising and falling. The same thing applies to a young husband. There are people who are married for a year. People are married for 2 years, some 3, 4, 5. But we have people who are married for 40 years. The 40 years, people are much more experienced. They are much more relaxed. Now, many times, what constitutes one being a bad husband is pressure. Are we together? Pressure comes on you and you don't even have the maturity, you don't even have the stamina to be able to manage to handle such pressure because you are not matured enough in marriage. The same way people are matured in growth biologically is the same way maturity takes place in marriage. There is no how young couples would not struggle. I'm not talking about young couples by age. I'm talking about the duration of the marriage. Maybe they have been married for a year. There must be some hiccups because they don't really understand themselves. For example, the first 3 years of my marriage was challenging. In those days, you could tag me a bad husband. You could tag me a bad husband, but I am much more relaxed. 11 years ongoing. So I'm much more relaxed. You know, those things that used to shift me in those days, they just look like child's play. I've really understood my wife over time. So those things that used to make me to shout, these days, I don't even know how I can get angry with my wife and we stay all through the day and we don't talk. No. There are some things she would say. Those things don't even... We are thinking about how to make money and keep the family happy. You don't even have time to begin to think of, what did you say? I heard you say this. I heard you. No, those things, you just walk away. You are even thinking about how to make the one who is saying that thing happy. All right? Because it is your responsibility. You can't get so angry that you don't provide food for your family. You can't get angry to that extent, to the extent that you can't provide food to your family. Being angry is not a yardstick not to provide. Provision is your primary assignment. So much as you are angry, you are still thinking about the next meal. You are still thinking about fees. You are still thinking about bills and all of that. So you are much more relaxed, you know, as you grow. So we are looking at qualities of a good husband. This point I'm going to mention is very important. You need to have good communication skills. Good communication skills. You have to be a good communicator. You don't have to joke with words. Women do not joke with words. If you must be a good husband, you have to understand that. So the ability for you to communicate your thoughts clearly. The ability for you to communicate your thoughts clearly is something that you cannot toy with. You communicate your thoughts You communicate with words. You communicate your emotion. You communicate your emotion, which is very important. So you should be able to know how to talk. A man who doesn't know how to talk should not get married. That might sound very easy. That might sound, unreasonable to some people. You don't know how to talk constructively. You don't know how to talk constructively. You just talk carelessly. You don't know how to position words. You don't know how to manage words. Please, hold on a little bit longer. Train yourself a little more. Try to, give yourself some time to mature enough to be able to get married. Because you will keep communicating in marriage. You must be able to be a good communicator. And the moment you're a good communicator in marriage, as a husband, dispute resolution will be very easy. Will be very easy. Would be very easy. Sometimes what you need to make your wife happy can just be one nice word and she's fine. Could just be two nice words, she's fine. You need to communicate properly. Very, very important. You communicate your emotion. Ability for you to communicate your emotion. Communicate correctly. Communicate rightly. It's very important. You can talk with your emotion. You can communicate through your gestures. Your wife is around and you just give her one glance. She becomes excited. Through gestures. Your body language is also a tool for communication. All of that. So these things are very, very important. These things are very, very important. Another point is that one of the things that make a good husband is respect. Has to show respect to the wife. Respect to the wife. Respect to the wife. Very important. You should be able to respect her space. You should be able to respect what her opinion is. Her opinion may not be yours. You should be able to respect it. So, it's a very important aspect. The woman has to be respected. Sometimes you hear some people say, a woman's idea is not something to rely on. That's not true. Women have something good. They have great contributions to our lives, to our homes. So we need to respect our wives as husbands, never talk down on your wife. Don't ever disrespect her in front of people. Don't ever disrespect her in front of people. Don't embarrass her in front of people. Let everybody who sees you know that you do not joke with your wife. So, this is very important. This is very, very important. Show her respect. Show her you respect her. Show her that she is valued. Why not open the door for her to enter into the room? Why not tell her you are sorry? Why not treat her in a way that the children will respect her too? She has the right to be loved and respected. And you have to know that she sacrifices a lot. Not many men. I wonder if we have a man on earth, a husband on earth, that can tell us the number of times his wife cooks in a year. I doubt if there is a man who can give us that statistics correctly. The number of times your wife cooks in a year, you just might not know. She makes a lot of sacrifices to be able to keep you going, so she deserves all the respect that you can give. And don't appreciate people respecting you without respecting your wife. Whoever respects you should show in the way he respects your wife. Very important. So that sense of respect is very important. And you have to know that if you don't respect your wife, others will not respect her. So they are looking at you. They are trying to model you. They are trying to look at the way you treat her. Another point is that a good husband is very supportive. Supports the home. Supports the wife. When the wife is cooking in the kitchen, he goes in there to lend a hand. You don't know the stress that you take off the shoulders of your wife when you walk into the kitchen to help peel the onions. You may not do too much, but it has a way of relieving the stress. Be supportive. Help in the house chores. You can wash the dishes. You can wash the children's clothes. You can wash her clothes too. Support her dreams and aspirations. That a woman is married doesn't mean that she has no dreams. She has no aspirations. That a woman is married doesn't mean that her life ends in your home. There are many women who had great aspirations. Great aspirations. But when they went into marriage, all of that went down the drains. So you have to support her to go to school, support her to fulfill her dreams. And you have to note one thing, that you may not really go out to have extramarital affairs. You have to know that you are a cheat. The moment you get married and use the woman to fulfill your dreams, why allow her to remain unfulfilled? You use her to fulfill your dreams, and she doesn't fulfill her dreams too. She is at home cooking, taking care of the children, and you attend all the courses on earth. And she wants to go to school, you do not allow her. That's not right. You are a cheat. A cheat and an insensitive person. She's equally true. She has a mind of her own. She would like to learn. She would like to explore. She would also like to have a degree. But you bring her to the house, she's just in there while you go about doing your studies. And she's just there. No, she also wants to see the world. She also wants to learn. She has a mind of her own. She has a destiny. Her destiny is not supposed to terminate in your home. Marriage should be a catalyst for her to fulfill her destiny. So this is very important. A good husband has to be supportive. Should support her to fulfill her dreams too. Women do a whole lot to support women. To support men to fulfill their dreams. Men would have to reciprocate. The support is supposed to be symbiotic, not parasitic in nature. So it's very important that we get to know that. I don't know why I'm so particular, so interested in this support aspect. The young folk should know this, that it is about support. You try to compliment, you try to help out. What do you do when your wife is heavy? She needs a whole lot of support. If you stay late at work, you need to come home early to try to lend a hand. A lot of support. They need support. They take care of the children. They do a lot of things. They wash the dishes. And as a man, you still come back home wanting to be treated as a baby. In fact, the woman even gives you a name, baby. And you believe you should be treated that way. But there is something I normally look at. There might be a reason why men misbehave sometimes. They behave like babies. They remove their clothes. Just throw anywhere in the living room. Their stockings are thrown everywhere. Their singlets. They just throw their things everywhere. I think that is traceable to the pet name given to such men, baby. All right? So, when they are called, when they give you that name, baby, you begin to behave as one. So maybe they should start changing the names and be giving names like a strong man, warrior. Are we together? So that baby thing, I think it makes some of us to behave somehow. So maybe the name should change to matured man. Something like that. So the support system is very, very important. There are some men, they still want to be pampered, to be treated as baby. Oh, you offended me. You didn't come to tell me you are sorry. You didn't come to pet me and all of that. Much as you need that, I'm sorry. There are times you would have to apologize even when you didn't do anything wrong. Why? You want a peaceful home. You just want a peaceful home. You just want the home to be happy. And don't allow anyone to deceive you that the peace of your home is in the hands of another person. As a matter of fact, the name is husband. Simply put, house bond. All right? So you provide bonding. You are the one bonding the house. House bond. All right? So you are the one, bringing that bonding. You are the one bringing the house together. So it's very important. So as a young person who is not married yet, be prepared. I just want you to keep using the motto of Boy Scouts. Be prepared. Be prepared. It's a supportive relationship. Support her to go to school. Support her to fulfill her dreams. Support her when she's ill. Support her when she's not as beautiful as you used to see her. Support her when she is down. Support her when she's not happy. Support her when she has lost a loved one. Support her. This is another important aspect of support. Support her when people talk down on her. Be around her to tell her that there is something beautiful about her life. Very important. That support system is important. Another attribute of a good husband is trustworthiness. When your husband trusts you, when your wife trusts you, it's a very good sign that you are a good husband. Though women don't trust easily. How do I mean? You don't buy the trust of the woman, you earn it. All right? You earn it. You don't buy it. You can't use chocolate to buy her trust. You can't use chocolate to buy her trust. You can't use flowers to buy her trust. You can't use new shoes. You can't use jewelries to buy trust. You earn it over time, and it's not something that is spontaneous. You earn it. Trust is earned. And that process of earning it has to do with repetition. It's not something that is one-off. Something that the woman is sure that you have a good track record, that you earn her trust. Don't ever think because you have money to, in fact, sometimes the more you spread the money, the more you are even suspected. That's it. The way this man is spreading this money, maybe this is how, they try to add 1 to 2 together and try to carve out something. So you earn it by repeating certain actions. Repeating certain actions over time. Positive actions that would make them to trust you. To trust you. And let me say this. Never repeat a negative action. Even if trust had been built. If you keep repeating a thing, you keep destroying it. Keep repeating a negative lifestyle over time. Wow, it will be difficult to gain our trust. That's why I said that trust is not bought. It is earned. You earn it. So, a good husband is trustworthy and reliable. He's committed, his promises. He promises the woman, I'm going to do this on your birthday, I will do this and all of that. For you to earn trust, you have to do just what you said you would do, because you will not forget it. That's why you have to promise only what you can deliver. You can only promise only what you can deliver. Another point is empathy. That talks about understanding. That talks about understanding. You must be able to understand that. See things from a perspective. It shouldn't be about your perspective alone. See things from your perspective. It is very important. See things from her perspective. See things from her perspective. It shouldn't be about you alone. Try to understand her. Empathy involves understanding and sharing the feelings of another person. That's it. Try to have that understanding. Try to put yourself in her shoes. Another point is that a good husband has to be flexible. So flexibility is very important. The ability to adapt, to change. Very important. You must not have just a way of doing things, a way of showing love. You have to be flexible. They say that variety is the spice of life. Try to be creative, try to be flexible. If you call her honey for 1 year, she's used to it. Be flexible and look for another name. Even if you want to change honey, but at intervals, try to bring in some, in the midst of all of that, try to garnish it, make it, interesting, make it beautiful. Try not to be monotonous, one-way traffic. Try to be flexible, adapt to change. And a good husband also is patient. Patient. Some time ago, I met a young man, in a seminar. And he lifted up his hands and they asked him a question. What is it that you don't like about your wife? He said, I want my wife to learn very fast. I don't like it. I just want her to learn very fast. Me, the way I am. Somebody who wants to be with me has to learn very, very fast. It has to be very, very fast. If you can learn very fast, it doesn't mean another person can. I don't like, in fact, one repeatedly told me, I don't like teaching a woman one thing and I teach again. The moment I teach, she's supposed to pick it up. And you wonder if the first time they taught him mathematics, he understood everything. So it takes patience. If you teach her today, you may have to teach her again for better understanding. There are certain things that would require time for one to learn better. There are certain things that would require time to be able to get a full grasp. So be patient. Patience is a strong virtue in any relationship. Be patient with your partner. Be patient. The ability to be patient is a very good characteristic of a good husband. Now, many people may not be aware of this. They may think that it's just something that doesn't matter. A good husband should have a sense of humor. Once in a while, make the woman laugh, make the woman smile. It shouldn't be about providing all the millions. That's why there are some women with all the millions, they are still interested in having someone around them who make them smile. A sense of humor. You shouldn't be one hard guy. At the moment you hit the room, everybody runs under the carpet. Your face is stiff. You are a commander in your house. The moment you enter the house, they say the sergeant is here. You are doling out instructions. You stand here. You stand here. You go. And you expect everything to be done. No, you need to have a good sense of humor. Women like it. Your wife will like it. If you are constantly making her smile, life is full of challenges that you need to spice up your home with humor. Crack jokes. Crack jokes. Just make funs. Just try to make, do some funny things. That makes you a good husband. Let your home be lively. Enter the house and your wife is happy that you are home. Let her not be scared. Let her know that now that you are home, everything is fine. Everything is just fine. It's important. Now, another point is that a good husband shares good values, core values of the home. Should be able to inculcate core values. This is the time we have morning and prayer. Children, your house chore, this is what you have to do. These are your house chores. You have to wash the dishes. You are in charge of this. In this house, nobody must disrespect one another. Core values. Another point is that the good husband has to be affectionate and romantic. Has to be affectionate. I think romance is very important. Maybe that's why we have the book of romance in the Bible. Romance is important. That's why we have. Maybe that's why we have the book of Romance. So it's very important. Be affectionate to your wife. Be romantic. Have lovely gestures. Be fun to be around. Express love through gestures. There is a way you will keep your face, and the woman will be excited. Keep your face, give a beautiful gestures. And you master your words. Master your words. Through your words, you can show a sense of romance. Through your words, you can show a sense of affection. And you try to do acts that help to maintain intimacy in the relationship. Try to do acts that maintain intimacy in the relationship. So it's very important that, a good husband has this characteristic: affectionate and romantic. Even if you don't know how to be romantic, you can learn it. And what will really help you to achieve this is to have open communication. Try to find out how she loves it, what turns her on. Open communication. It's very important. Do you know that somebody can be married and is a complete stranger in his or her own home? It happens to both parties. So it is very important that you have that open communication, that open conversation. And the ladies, the women should not be too shy to let the men know how they want it. Shouldn't be too shy. Should be opened enough. Yeah, because what you are hiding can be what you have been craving for. Could be what you crave for, but you don't say it out. And you are angry. Tell the man, he might not know. He might not know. What he has been doing, he might be thinking that he's doing the best without knowing that you don't even fancy it. Sometimes women equally complain, no, it's not, the man may not know. And again, don't try to do certain things thinking that the man should understand. Oh, he should have understood when I changed my face. He should have understood when I walked past and I didn't greet him. He should have understood that I was not happy. No, we don't understand like that. Oh. Tell us. You can be very angry without knowing that we don't even understand what is going on. Only if you can communicate. Let us know. Because we are not wired that way. Sometimes you are trying to make ends meet and we greet. And you think, since you have not answered, we should understand that all is not well. We would think that you didn't hear. We would think that you didn't hear. So we'll just walk past. And you'll be angry. How can he? No. Notice that I didn't greet. I didn't answer. Didn't you know? He should have known that I didn't answer now. Once I didn't answer, he should have known that I wasn't happy with him. No, we didn't notice it. Tell us. So, how you would like the man to treat you, even behind closed doors, even outside doors and all of that. Let the man know. It will help foster a better relationship. To help the man to be a good man. So, which means it's possible when there is communication. Another one is initiative in strengthening the relationship. This is very important. It sounds light, but it's very deep. it takes a lot of initiative and innovation to be able to build a strong relationship. To be able to build a strong relationship, you need to constantly bring in new initiatives. Try to see how you can spice up. Try to see how you can spice up your home. New things. Try to incorporate new things to strengthen your relationship. There are many people that their relationship with their wives were much stronger when they never got married. But now that they are married, the relationship is really down. It's not strong. It's no longer strong because of what? In those days, they used to send text message. They used to do surprise gifts. They used to do some creative things to be able to woo, their women. But now that they are married, those things have been thrown away. So they would have to be creative to do some things to be able to strengthen their relationship. Another quality of a good husband is that he shows appreciation. He shows appreciation. Oh, well done. Oh, you look beautiful. I like you in this dress. You smell divine. You are awesome. You are the best thing that has ever happened to my life. In the next life, I will still be yours. So, those words, offer affirmation, appreciation. Little words like thank you matter a lot. Thank you. Well done. Don't pay blind eyes to her efforts. Try to say thank you. Try to say well done. Try to say I appreciate what you have done for me. Try to say, oh, I wonder how I would have done without you. Try to say, this food is delicious. Don't say, why didn't you put more pepper? Why didn't you do this one? Appreciate the food, eat it, enjoy it, and say thank you. Now you have to appreciate big and small things. Everything your wife does, she puts in so much effort to be able to do that. Appreciate her contribution to your home. Finally, commitment. A good husband is committed to his marriage. Is committed to making it work. Is very conscious. Very, very conscious of that. He's committed. This marriage must work. He's very committed. He wants it to work. And much as we have all these qualities of a good husband, constant learning is important to be able to keep going in marriage. You can't say, I've learned enough. Why? Life is very dynamic. Keep learning. Every effort you put into your marriage counts. Keep learning. And don't forget, the kind of marriage you have can be a reflection of who you are. Thank you so much. I would like us to look at God defying the law of flotation. I want to look at how God played down on the law of flotation. The law of flotation. Basically, an object is supposed to float. An iron is supposed to sink. An iron is supposed to sink. If you put an iron, for example, an axe, a metal, if you drop it into the water, it's supposed to go down. But when you look at 2 Kings chapter number 16, the Bible says that the sons of the prophets went to the prophet and said, this place where we are is too narrow, is too straight for us. This place is too straight, it's not big enough, it's just too small for us. And you have to note that that is the beginning of advancement. The moment that you know that where you are is not where you are supposed to be. So they went to a man of God and said, this place is too small for us to stay. Let us go get some wood and build a better place for ourselves. It is important we go build a bigger place for ourselves. The man of God said, fine, let's go. No problems. Off they went. The Bible says as they were walking, as they were felling down the trees, something happened. The axe head made of iron dropped into the water. And the sons of the prophet started crying. They said, Master, alas, it was borrowed. This axe head is not our own. We are stranded. What are we going to say to the owner? At this time, we are stranded. The axe head is not our own. How do we face the owner? And the axe head was right down the bottom of the river. Had gone down, had settled. They told master, said, my father, oh, it was borrowed. If it was our own, we would have said, no problem, but this one. He borrowed it. It's not our own. What are we going to do at this time? And the man of God asked a question and said, show me. Just show me where it entered. Show me where it dropped into. And I don't know, maybe the sons of the prophet must have said, what is this old man going to do? Does he know how to swim? Is he going to go deep down the river to bring out the axe head? A lot of thoughts may have gone across their mind. Why is this old man telling us to show him where the axe head dropped into? But, you know, they were obedient children. He said, no problems, sir. There. They showed him. And the Bible says, the man of God caught a stick. And I want to believe when he brought out the stick, they must have equally thought, is this stick long enough to go to the bottom, go down to the bottom of the river to pull out the axe head? No, it's not possible. What is this man trying to do? They must have wondered, how is he going to hook it out? How is he going to do it? I want to believe a lot of thoughts went across their mind. But they say, the Bible says, the man of God threw the stick to that point, and the axe head floated out. Had to come out. So at that point, God overruled the law of flotation. And that is a pointer to the fact that you cannot limit him. He is not limited by time. He is not limited by the laws of nature. At some points, he had to make, one of the solar bodies to stand still for Joshua. He's not limited by time. God can be trusted because he has the capacity that is immeasurable. At that time, he defied the law of flotation. The axe head floated. That talks about the capacity of God. The things which are impossible with men are possible with him. He can never be limited by time. It can never be limited by weather. No condition can limit him. And I trust that whoever builds his or her faith on God would see him at work. If he could make the axe head, could use the axe head to defy the law of flotation, it means he can do just anything to glorify himself. So long as a thing is for his glory, he's ready to do it. And whenever God wants to do anything to take the glory, nothing can stop him. And whenever he says it, it comes to pass. Because the Bible says, mighty is he who watches his word to perform. So he has the capacity to do all of that. Now, I would like us to look at some keys of success. If you want to get entry into a room, you need a key. You need a key to be able to enter into a room. You need a key. And the moment you get the key, you can enter the room at any point in time. You can lock the room, open, lock, open, lock, open. You enter at any point in time. So we'd like to look at keys of success. Now, the first thing is that you have to set clear goals. Your goals will have to be clear. Clear-cut goals. Set clear goals for yourself. Be specific. Let your goals be measurable, achievable. It's just like a lady who sets a goal. I want my husband to be tall, with broad shoulders, not too lanky, with a big head, you know. But sometimes the ones that would keep coming might not match all those descriptions. So sometimes these things are not measurable. And anyone who wants to follow such yardsticks, such variables, may not get it right. So as you are setting your goals, let your goals be achievable. Let your goals be measurable. Let your goals be time-bound. Let your goals be time-bound. Now, let me start by saying that so long as success is concerned, you cannot substitute hard work for anything. Did you get that right? Yes. Hard work is very important. Even the Bible says in Proverbs 22 verse 29, seest thou a man diligent in his business? Now, we have just brought in a word here, diligence. Diligence has to do with paying attention to little details. Simply put, that's how I would like to put it. Paying attention to what? Little details. A diligent person doesn't do things haphazardly. A diligent student cross-checks his work after the exams, before submitting, after writing, before submitting his papers. But the one who is hasty would say, I'm done, and he submits it without remembering that he had left a question behind. And he will be finding himself, I attempted all the questions. So, hard work and diligence. This talks about dedication. People who are not hardworking may not be able to achieve real success. Real success. Look at God at creation. He worked. The Bible says on the seventh day he rested. What was he doing in the other days? He was working, creating, doing this one, doing this one, doing this one. So this is very important. Hard work is a key, a very important key if you must be successful Another key is continuous learning. Don't ever get to a level that you think you have learned enough. Let there be that craving for you to learn some more. As I said earlier, the moment you stop learning, you start dying. And don't ever engage yourself, in what I call premature satisfaction. We are not yet there, but you are happy that you are there. Are we together? The little success that you have had, you are already okay. If you are going by that, then you end up becoming a mediocre. There are some people at the slightest achievement, the little one they have had, they celebrate. They celebrate it. They have achieved enough. The truth is that the moment you see things, from that perspective, you start relaxing. The drive to keep pushing is no longer there. So continuous learning is a key, a strong key to success. You need to keep learning, learn new things, new skills, new ways of doing things. What you learned in 1972 may not apply the same way it was applied that time. There'll be better ways. Someone who is still doing the manual, if you are an expert, you say, my own is that I'm an expert in using the manual typewriter. God help you. Because there are very few places you may have a job. All right? You are good at your own. You are a specialist in using manual typewriter. You can explore the keyboard. As a matter of fact, if you are good at using manual typewriter, you should be able to manipulate the keyboard. Try to reinvent yourself. Try to open up yourself to learning. This guarantees success. Learning simply has to do with acquisition of information, current information. Sometimes a human being cannot grow above the information he has. Yes. One can remain at a spot. It's just because of information. If you had a little information, maybe you would have gone a bit higher. Some of us are information away from success. That's the truth. So, reading, learning, very, very important. It's an important key to success. Another point is resilience and perseverance. Resilience. What this means is that on the journey of success, you would have failures. You would fail. When you fall, what do? You rise up. That talks about resilience. People who are resilient don't lie down when they fall. They try to battle the pressure to stand out. And the Bible says, if thou faints in the day of adversity, thy strength is small. And it takes strength to achieve success. Success is not for the feeble-minded. Except you want to go the wrong way. Except you want to go the cheap way. It's not for the feeble-minded. It's not for the feeble-minded. Except you just want to cut corners. It's for strong-willed people. People who can fall and still stand up and keep going. Even Jesus, a lot of people celebrate Jesus. Is on the right hand of God. His name is mentioned all over the world. There are people who are employed as a result of the name of Jesus. That's true. But nobody really takes time to think of the fact that he carried the cross. He kept falling and rising, kept falling and rising. He did not fall down with the cross. He kept falling and rising up until he got to Golgotha. All right? So that talks about resilience. He exercised resilience. He never stopped. He never just remained there when he fell down. So for you to be resilient is very important. If you must be a successful person. Be resilient. The storms would come. Challenges would come. A lot of issues will come, but you have got to be resilient. Let the pressure come. Stand the pressure. Fight the wind. Be like an eagle that soars higher, that takes advantage of storms. Take advantage of your storms. Leverage on your adversity to stand out in life. So you need resilience. You need persistence. Persistence. Keep doing what you are doing. Now, when you persevere doing what you are doing, along the line you will notice one thing. You would achieve what is called mastery. All right? You keep doing what you are doing. You keep doing what you are doing. Over time, you gain mastery. And these days, I doubt if there are people recruiting quacks. All what I want in my company, I just need guys who are quacks, who are not good enough. Everybody goes for masters. People who can handle things well. So perseverance, as you persevere, as you keep doing it, as you keep, the journey going, you gain mastery. And when you gain mastery, success comes in. Now, another key to success is adaptability. As I said some time ago, some of the things that people did, some of the things people did some years back may not be really important in our time, may not be needed. I use example of the local video call. Might not be needed. It's very few people want to use the one of phone. All right, so we try to adapt to change. You can't say my father taught me to do this. It is final. No, your father may have been born in the 50s. This is 2023. You are talking about the 21st century. Now, there is a story in the Bible about the Rechabites. Fantastic people. I like those set of people. I like them. But there are some things I don't really like about them. The Rechabites. Their story is very rich. Their story is very sound. A lot of lessons and all of that. But there are some things. They say, they taught us, don't build fine house. We should remain in Tento. So since our parents told us, don't build a house, this is how we are. So you just remain like that. Your children, where would they live? So long as your parents had told you this, and the times have changed, if you know that what you want to do in the contemporary world to help you adapt to the necessities of life. Do not go against the values. Do not pose a threat to the society. Does not contribute negatively to the growth of the society. Does not affect you as an individual. Does not affect the next person. Is morally good, is morally sound, would help posterity. You engage in it. You can't say, my parents were professionals in using hoe to farm. I can never use tractor in my days. All right? You only cultivate what you alone would eat. And your family, you may not be able to cultivate for commercial use. So adaptability is very important. And now this is very important. One of the keys to success is that you focus on priorities. Very, very important. Prioritize the things you do. Don't major on the minors and minor on the majors. Very important. Give attention to things that are important. Paul speaking, he said, all things are lawful for me. And what? All things are expedient. But not all things are lawful for me. He said, and I shall not be brought upon the power of any. So try to prioritize, try to check, try to place value, place premium on certain things. Your life should not be anything goes, no priority, no focus. You wake up in the morning, you thank God, you say, oh Lord, the way you want to do anyhow. No, let there be prospect. Let there be a target. Prioritize your life. Prioritize the things you do. Try to check the things you do. Channel your effort to your area of strength. One of the things we have to note, even in university education, this is very important. There are people who are gifted in different areas. If they study courses that are in line with their areas of giftings, they will excel more than others. They would excel more than others. Because no two people are the same. So attach priority to things. I try to place value, try to place premium on certain things. Another point is networking and building and relationship building. Networking. Have a strong networking system and build relationship. No man is an island. No man. Don't tell somebody, me, I am a loner. All right? I'm a loner. Me, I like space. Just keeping my space. No. You need to be with someone. You need to have a friend. You need to create relationship, positive relationship. Bible says 1 shall chase 1,000, but 2 shall do what? Put 10,000 to flight. So that connection is very, very important. Have a strong networking. Build good relationship. There are people that have gone really far in life as a result of the relationship that they have built over time. A good relationship that you have can take you outside of the shores of your country. A good relationship that you have can introduce you to someone who would help you So try to build relationship. And many times people build relationship and those relationships scatter. Why? They don't know how to lubricate them. One thing is building a relationship, another thing is lubricating it. We will get to that in subsequent topics. So you need to build relationship. Try to talk to someone, exchange pleasantries with someone, exchange phone numbers, say hi to someone, stop by to see someone, be friendly. Don't say, me, I'm on my own. Oh. I don't want problem. Oh. You know, so you need to create relationship. Now, this is very important. It might not occur to you that time management is very important in achieving success. Time management. Now, listen to this. I don't know about you, with all respect to your belief. I do not believe in time management. I don't believe in time management. I believe in self-management. Nobody can manage time. You can't collect time and put in one cup to use later. Time flies away. But you can manage yourself to manage time. I don't know if you are with me. Yes. Time goes. Time flies. Can't say I'm managing time. How do you manage? You can't control it. But you can control yourself. Can manage yourself. It's when you have managed yourself, you can manage time. This is very important. So, by the time you have an appointment, maybe an interview at 8 a.m., and you can't manage your time, you go there at 10. They have finished the interview. Who would you blame? Successful people don't joke with time. That's why they can't spend their time, discussing matters that don't even relate. They don't have time for frivolities. They don't have time for trivialities. They manage their time accurately. That's why I really like radio broadcasting. Fantastic. Those people are awesome. They manage time. 10 minutes program is 10. At 7 minutes, 8 minutes, they are already talking about rounding up. They manage time. A successful person should know how to manage time. You should be very sharp. You should be very sharp. You can't just have an interview probably at 10. And you just start preparation at 8. Then at the end of the day, you start calling the people, please wait for me, I'm on my way. I'm on my way. No, that doesn't add up. Doesn't add up at all. So please, this is very important. Time management. Another point is self-confidence. This is very important. It's a key to success. Self-confidence. And listen to this. Self-confidence sometimes doesn't come like that. Self-confidence comes as a result of mastery. It comes as a result of competence. It's just like inferiority complex. Someone who is competent doesn't fit yet. Mastery produces superiority complex. So what gives you self-confidence is mastery. You have mastered what you are doing. So you go out confidently to do it. You are confident. And another thing that produces self-confidence is adversity. You have gone through a whole lot in life, so you have stamina. See, that's just the truth. You've gone through a whole lot in life. That's why, so long as you are still alive, life is not through with you. You will have to go through a lot of life. Sometimes you hear they say that life begins at 40. At 40, you would have seen a whole lot. Yes. From age 1 to 40. That's true. You must have seen. It's not this thing. What someone who is 40 sees, someone in 20s, he doesn't know. So you see, people who have grown to that age tend to be much more confident in life. You are doing something, people are panicking, they are not panicking. Because of what? They have passed through adversity. They have learned through hard times. They are hard. So self-confidence is very... Now, there is a level of success you cannot get to up until you have reached a level of self-confidence. This is important. Honestly, there is a level of success you cannot enter, you cannot penetrate up until you have reached a level of self-confidence. Because self-confidence will give you the capacity to handle it, to handle that level. No confidence, how do you want? God can never give you something that is bigger than you. I hope you know that success can be too heavy for some people. That's it. So you need to mature. And God matures people through adversity. You need to pass through the storm for God to strengthen your muscles. So self-confidence is very, very important. Very important. Now, let's look at this. Goliath stood night and day. Is there nobody in Israel to come and fight with me? Is nobody? I need somebody. Let somebody come and fight with me now. I've been here 40 days. Now 40 nights. I need somebody. Somebody should come. What is wrong? What is wrong? Let somebody come. And a young boy came out and stood by name David. He said, I'm ready to fight this man. And his brother said, what's wrong with you? You are a proud young man. You are very proud. You have come out again. You are supposed to be with the sheep. And because you are proud, you are coming out to make noise here. Won't you go back home? And David said, is there not a cause? He said, I'm ready to bring down this tall man. And they looked at him. The Bible says he was handsome, ruddy, nice looking, and all of that. Do you know what was giving David the confidence to go after the giants? Track record. I fought with the bear. Are we together? I fought with the bear. I fought with the lion. I have been through this kind of stuff before. I have faced adversity before. This one is not a new thing. If you face what you have never faced before for the first time, you may collapse. The lion, the bear, I tore them into pieces. How much more this uncircumcised Philistine? So his track record gave him a sense of what? Confidence. His track record, his trajectory. So the things you pass through in life produce self-confidence. Those things make you confident to approach life because you actually need confidence to be able to approach life. So it's one of the keys of success. Oh my God. Let me mention something that is very important, that is a strong key of success. Emotional intelligence. You must be intelligent in handling your emotions. You need to, some people are emotion away from success. Now, some years back, I had a young man that I counseled. He used to come close to my office and we used to sit down, we talked. One day he told me that he had an interview. He had an interview. So I was like, when he told me about the interview and all of that. So when I saw him again, he said, "Sir, I had attended the interview," and I asked him what happened at the interview. Tell me what happened. Do you know what he said? He said, "Sir, I don't know why those people behaved like that too. I don't know why they behaved like that. I sat down and they started telling me that I was a bad guy. They started telling me you are a bad guy, you are very rude, you are this, you are that." And I was telling them, "What is wrong with you people? I'm not that kind of person. Why are you lying against me? I'm not like that." And he said, "Sir, they keep telling me, you are this, you are this." They called me names. And I was telling them, what you people are doing is not right. You shouldn't call me these negative names. And I looked at the young man and laughed and laughed. I asked him, what was the job for? He said it was a marketing job. I said that was the interview they were doing, to see how you will react to customers when they call you names. It was the interview proper. They needed to poke him around to be able to know how he would react. I just listened to the whole, he finished the whole thing. I said, the people had finished interview. Did they call you? But he said no. So, that talks about lack of emotional intelligence. You need to control your emotion. They have said something nasty. Why not tell them, "Sir, if you give me the job, this job, you will see the true side of me. I know what I can do. I know that I have what it takes to meet my target. I know I can meet my target." Try to be positive. Try to, not reacting. Those people were just treating him, trying to poke him around to see the way he would react. So, emotional intelligence is very important. The way you manage your emotion, the way you manage your emotions, the way you manage your emotions to be able to achieve results without playing down on the emotions of others. So this is very important. This is very important. You should be able to manage your emotions, manage your anger. Anger management. Someone who is highly emotional is bound to get angry so easily. That you easily get angry is a sign that you're a very emotional person. So those things can be handled for results. Emotional intelligence, you can use emotional intelligence to solve a lot of problems. If you're intelligent emotionally, you try to look at people, you look at what they do, you use your emotion, you use your intelligence to be able to relate to them. So successful people are successful people are very good at emotional intelligence. They know how to manage their emotions. They know how to treat people such that their emotions do not temper upon the right of others. Now, when you live a life, when you are just there, people keep complaining about your attitude. You have to be careful that you do not have a good sense of emotional intelligence. People keep telling you that you hurt them every now and then. You go there, people say you hurt them, people go. So you may not be intelligent emotionally. That's true. It's an indication that something is lacking. You can be handsome, can be beautiful, and all of that. Maybe you can solve mathematics, but your intelligence has not reached this side of the emotional angle. So it's very important that we get to know these keys. Now, another important key is risk taking. Successful people take risks. Take risks. I want to believe some of us, we have heard the story of Ben Carson. You know, gifted hands. Equally heard about is the book he wrote on risk taking. Life itself is a risk. For you to board a cab to where you are going to is a risk, because you can't tell what would happen on the road. You don't know how drunk the driver is. You can't even control the engine and the tires. Basically a risk. So successful people take well-calculated risks to be able to achieve results. They try to risk certain things to be able to achieve results. Another point is vision. Vision. They see far into the future. Vision. They see far into the future. Successful people, they see far into the future. Sometimes they see what others are not seeing. When we were in our villages many years ago, doing the native video call, there were some guys who had a vision that the video call could be translated into a phone. Vision. Vision. When we were trekking, some people stayed somewhere and were researching to be able to get means for us to fly by a vision. To be able to see into the far future is very important. Now, another important key of success is financial literacy. Financial literacy. Oh, people who are successful are financial literates. They are financially literate. They know how to manage money. There are people who have money, but they don't have financial literacy. So successful people have learned this aspect of literacy that is not about reading and writing. This one is money management. They know the language of money. They know that money is very shy. It flies away from where it is not cherished. Financial literacy is very important. It is not about how much you earn. It's about how much you do not spend. And that's what financial literacy is talking about. So successful people have learned the act of money management oftentimes. They know certain principles to be able to use to manage their finances. They have ethical behavior. Oh, this is fantastic. They are principled people. Successful people are principled people. They have ethical values. Nothing goes. With them, their lives are programmed, well calculated. They wake up in the morning, they know already what they will do for the day. They just do not do things at the spur of the moment. They don't do things at the spur of the moment. Everything they do is well calculated. They have ethical behavior. They have standards. They set standards for themselves. They are people of integrity. And they have, very strong character as well. Successful people are equally people who show gratitude. They show gratitude, and this is very important. They are very positive. Successful people practice positivity. They are positive. They see something good in everything. They turn adversity into advantage. Successful people, very positive. Very positive. They have that ability to see something beautiful out of an ugly thing. Another point is humility. If you want to check in our society, you notice that people who are very wealthy seem to be humble in a way. I'm talking about people who are truly wealthy. There are some rich men, multi-billionaire, you just see them, Multi-millionaires, you just see them, just wear some sleepy, just wear slippers, jeans, trousers, they wear shirts. Off they go. It won't even show in their groceries. Some you won't even see golden necklaces and all of that. They are just there. Very simple, as simple as anything you can think of. But the weight of their bank account can break someone's neck. Very humble. Now, let me tell you what humility does when you are financially good. This is what humility does. If you are humble when you are wealthy, if you are humble when you are wealthy, hello, if you are humble when you are wealthy, this is what it will do for you. If along the way you face financial bankruptcy, if along the way everything goes down the drain, people will not notice it. How do I mean? It's not that you were driving a big car, that now that you no longer have money, people are no longer seeing the big car. I don't know if you are with me. There is no difference between that time that you were wealthy and now. So it doesn't give you any concern of a psychological headache. Doesn't give you any concern or psychological headache. That is how it is. So it's very important that this key is observed. Very important that this key is observed. Humility. Humility. Very important. It's a key to success. Another point is health and well-being. A successful person A successful person has to be healthy. That's why you need to take care of yourself to be able to be successful. It's only people who are healthy who go for money. So, in all that you do, aim towards being successful, and do not forget that there is always a price to pay for success. Now we want to look at importance of tourism. We want to look at importance of tourism. This is very important. Importance of tourism. Tourism has significant benefits. A lot of benefits. Please go. Tourism has a lot of benefits. One of which is economic growth. One of which is economic growth. One of which is economic growth. Tourism is a key contributor to economic growth. Many countries have leveraged on this to be financially strong. Many countries have leveraged on this to be financially strong. Many people have leveraged, many countries of the world have leveraged on this to be financially strong. So, it's a major contributor to economic growth, generating a lot of revenue for countries. It also aids job creation. There are many people who have been employed as a result of tourism. It creates jobs through the hospitality industry, travel agencies, transportation from, the tours. People travel from one country to the other to be able to go see places that they have not seen before. People travel places to go see nature. People go to different places to be able to catch a glimpse at nature. And it's equally a source of foreign exchange. It's a source of foreign exchange. It also helps in infrastructural development. For example, the construction of airports, roads, hotels, good roads for people to be able to navigate through a particular city to get to the recreational centers. It also has to do with, another importance is cultural exchanges. Cultural exchanges. When people travel from Asia to Europe, when they arrive, they try to share their cultures as they mix up with the people in Europe. They get to speak their language. They get to display their dress code. They get to interact. Sometimes they go there with some of their cultural heritage. And as they go, they can drop theirs and equally go with the heritage of the host country. One of the benefits of tourism equally is that it helps to preserve cultural heritage. To preserve cultural heritage. This is very important. Reason is that when a particular tourist site is conserved, for example, in those days we used to have what the Africans used to call evil forests. People would travel from far and near to be able to go see the evil forest. And just because people come from different places to view evil forest, that place will be conserved. That helps posterity to come and see the evil forest. So, these people do this to preserve, to conserve nature, which is very important. Which is very important. There are places that deforestation is not encouraged. There are places that deforestation is not encouraged. Deforestation is not encouraged because of certain aspects of nature they are conserving. Rather, they promote afforestation. Afforestation. By so doing, it equally helps. It equally helps the ecosystem. It helps in the preservation of biodiversity. It preserves nature for generation unborn. And this equally helps in balancing the ecosystem, because the ecosystem is a strong network. It's a strong network. So this is very important. There are many countries of the world which are really making it big, economically and otherwise, on the platform of tourism. For example, people travel to Doha in Qatar to go see nature. Fine place. People go to Malaysia. People go to Singapore. People come to Nigeria to see nature. People go to the Yankari place. They go to Obudu Cattle Ranch in Cross River State to see nature. And they spend a whole lot. They can come from different places, and whenever they arrive, they would have to lodge. They would need a means of transportation to be able to go through the town, to learn, to go see nature, to go interact. So this is very important. This is very, very important. And I would wish that countries of the world should pay attention to tourism. It equally promotes small-scale businesses. If a tourist enters a territory, somehow the individual might want to get a thing or two, thereby promoting small and large-scale businesses. And that has economic value. Another point is education and awareness. People travel to learn from nature, to gain awareness. People travel to different places just to learn. You have been hearing about Kilimanjaro. So you just travel to go see it, learn, do research, be able to come out with a paper. It also helps in environmental conservation, as I had already mentioned, to conserve the environment for future use. Tourism equally promotes peace. People come from different countries to interact. It has a kind of a unifying value globally. So this is an aspect that every country should be able to look into, because nature has so blessed our nations of the world, with one unique thing or the other. Every country has some unique features that are rare to come by. So I would wish that countries should diversify and give more attention to tourism. Thank you so much. All right, let's look at benefits of reading. There is a saying that readers are leaders. Benefits of reading. The very first point we are going to look at is acquisition of knowledge. People who read acquire knowledge. Acquire knowledge. Now, there is a character in the Bible that interests me a lot. And that is Daniel. Daniel. Reason is that a lot of people talk about his prophetic prowess. They talk about his prophetic prowess. That is, that he was a great prophet. A great prophet. He was a very strong man. They mention a lot of things. A great man. Great prophet. I noticed that people really look at the prophetic side. In fact, if they ask someone to mention one thing about Daniel, say Prophet Daniel, it's fine. They said Daniel interpreted dreams, he did all of that. They will say he was very wise, God gave him revelation, he gained understanding, into a lot of things. He was really, really wise. You will hear a lot of things about revelation, that he understood a lot of things by revelation. But when you read the book of Daniel chapter 9 verse 2, he said, I, Daniel, understood by books. He said so. You people who are looking at me, thinking that everything is about revelation, I understood by books. That was what Daniel was saying. I, Daniel, understood by what? By books. Telling us that everything wasn't revelation. That he had to read. He had to learn them. He had to study to be able to acquire knowledge. Now, another thing that we have to look at is that there are things God would reveal to you, and there are things you would have to read to know. Otherwise, God would have revealed everything to Daniel. But in Daniel 9:2, he said, I, Daniel, understood by books. He said, my knowledge wasn't about revelation completely. There were some things I understood because I studied. So, reading helps one to acquire knowledge. Another point is it helps you to exercise your brain. If you notice, whenever you are reading consistently, you notice that your cognitive domain would be very sharp. The ability to grab whatever you read would be very sharp, very fast. But if you stay for a long period of time, you haven't read for a while, you will find it difficult to read and understand. Because of what? You have not taken time to exercise your brain. It has been dormant for so long a time. Now, one of the things reading does is that it improves on your memory. Memory improvement. It makes you, as you keep reading, it helps you to remember things easily. As you keep reading, you have the ability to remember things easily. Your memory is fresh. If you don't read for a long while, there is a tendency that your memory would be dull. Which is not good for anyone. Now, reading equally helps in reduction of stress. And equally helps to acquire experience. Why? As you read, you are reading the mind of experienced persons. So this is very important. Everyone, wherever you are, you have to cultivate the habit of reading. You have to cultivate the habit of reading. There are many factors why people do not read these days. There are many factors why people do not read. One of which is that knowledge is very easy to come by these days. At the click of your phone, whatever you need is there. So you just glance through it and leave it. If it were in those days that this kind of civilization didn't come, people would spend time trying to read from the first page to the last page to discover what they are looking for. But these days, at a click, you have seen what you are looking for. So you just get that page, you read it, and that's all. But before now, you need to check, need to look for it to be able to arrive at what you are looking for. Recently, I learned about a development that Google has introduced the use of their site, Google, the use of Google to solve mathematics. I don't know if you have heard of it. You put mathematical expression, the answer is there, they work it for you. Just put x, if x is this, so, what is the answer comes with the steps. And you can imagine how people would appreciate mathematics again when you can easily head into the examination hall and Google and get whatever you want. That said, it doesn't mean that the invention is a bad one. It is not a bad one. It is a good one if it is put to use in the correct, in the correct way. in a correct way. So it's not a bad invention at all. It's a good one. It can aid learning. It can aid learning. One can just learn mathematics at the comfort of his home. So it's a very simple thing. You know, it's a good thing that they have introduced. So these days it's pretty cheap, very simple. In those days, people will read, study from page to page, from cover to cover. They try to search for information. But these days, it's no longer like that. It's no longer like that. Then another thing is laziness. Laziness. Some people are lazy. They need book revival. Special revival program to revive their reading culture. So reading culture is something that should be revived so that we don't miss the attendant benefits. Attendant benefits. Another thing is, one of the factors is these days authors write short books. Short books that you can read if you are traveling from, maybe you are embarking on a journey that would take 3 to 4 hours. There is a book that you can read before you arrive your journey, you are done. So people patronize these books and they keep reading such books and they get used to it, such that reading for a long period of time becomes a challenge, because books have been segmented into smaller, pamphlets. But now, before now, it was not so. From the beginning, it was not so. So you look at it that in those days, books were much more voluminous. You would read and read and read and read. But these days, just in your palm, a few leaflets. Even in some university institutions, you just look at some of the books that lecturers sell out. Just a few pages. Just a few pages, and the students just read, and that's all. They do assessment and they write the examination. So these books that are pretty short, they are just coming in so that to encourage people to bring back the reading culture, at least to encourage them to just read, because reading is in the decline. And we must never forget that readers are leaders. Thank you so much. Please, does anybody have a question? Does anybody have a question that you would like to? Does anyone have a question? Okay. Okay, no question. Okay. I would like us to look at something very unique. Understanding Joshua 1:8. Understanding Joshua 1:8. So we are going to try to draw some lessons from Joshua 1 verse 8. It says, "This book of the law shall not depart from your mouth." This book of the law. What is the implication? A law checks human behavior. So this book that contains how you should live, this book that contains how you should behave, this book that contains your lifestyle should not leave your mouth. It means you should be preaching it. You should be telling people about it. If you're a father, if you're a mother, you should be talking about this book to your parents, to your children, to be able to guide them on the issues of life. This book of the law shall not depart from your mouth. This book of the law shall not depart from your mouth. It is meant to be communicated. The content of the law, the content of the word of God is meant to be amplified using the mouth. It's meant to be preached. It is meant to be passed across. This book of the law shall not depart from your lips, from your mouth. Talk about it. Sing along with it. Pray with it. Speak in tongues with it. Move around with it. Tell people about it. Should not depart from your lips, which means that your speech, the speech you have to meditate on it day and night. That talks about consistency. That talks about constantly meditating on the word of God. Not, in a particular time, not for a moment and all of that. It's something that requires consistency. You must, as a matter of necessity, work on it, meditate on it day and night. You meditate on it day and night. You meditate on it day and night. And the Bible says that it is when you do this that you would have good success. It means there are successes which are not good. You would have good success by meditating, by allowing the word to remain in your mouth, by constantly talking about it, by allowing it to be in your heart. By so doing, you would have good success. So when you look at this scripture, it is a very strong scripture. Reason is that God had to talk to Joshua with this scripture when he took over from Moses. So it was a very critical instruction that we in our time should not play with. This book of the law shall not depart from your mouth. You shall meditate on it day and night. That talks about always meditating. It shouldn't be a day thing. Shouldn't be a night thing. Talks about consistency. Something you should always do every now and then. And if you must achieve good success, you need to constantly read and meditate on the word of God. which is very important to have good success. This is important to be able to excel in life. This is important to be guided in life. This is important to be able to achieve good results. But I'm very, very passionate about one thing. The fact that God had to give him this scripture when he was about to take leadership from Moses. When he had taken the baton of leadership from Moses. And this scripture came. It means that for you to success as a leader, you need God. You need to imbibe biblical principles so that you'll be able to succeed and have good success. Thank you so much. Now, we would like to look at effective parenting for a better tomorrow. Effective parenting for a better tomorrow. Proverbs chapter 22 verse 6 says that the child should be trained in the way that he should go. So when he grows up, he will not depart from it. So basically, parenting has to do with the protection, guidance, and care of children to enable healthy development into adulthood. That's the basic aim, is to promote healthy development into adulthood. Not just development, but healthy development into adulthood. Now, the Bible says, train up the child. It means a child can be trained up or down. So, we are going to look at the aspect of training up. And one of the ways that we can train up a child is by giving him or her qualitative education. Qualitative education. This is very important. I'm not talking about sending the child to a big school. No. I'm talking about the child being where he or she is well taught, irrespective of the fees. I'm talking about the parents equally guiding the child to have the best. I'm talking about parents following up the child to do homework, assisting the child to do homework, and keeping an eye on whatever the child is doing, not just saying the child is in school without really watching the areas the child is doing well and the areas he isn't doing well. So qualitative education is very important. The child should be aware his or her cognitive domain would be boosted. For example, a philosopher said that the mind of a child is tabula rasa. The mind of a child is tabula rasa. What does it mean? It means that the mind of a child is blank. It is what you constantly fit in there that the child would grow up to become. It comes with a blank mind. What it comes to see you do. So that training is very important. At that early stage, everything you administer to the child should be of good quality. Qualitative education. Qualitative education. Very important. Another way you can train up a child is by making him or her to see dignity in labor. Let the child know that for you to make money, it has to be through hard work and legitimate means. No shortcuts, no cutting of corners. Very important. The child would have to know that it is good to use one's hands to work. The child should know that there is dignity in labor. If you provide all the child needs, if you give him everything he needs, what happens when you are no longer on earth? Would you come out from the grave to still provide all the needs of that child? So you've got to allow the child be. Sometimes to be able to learn the basic lessons of life in the area of hard work, it's a necessity. Should appreciate dignity in labor. The child know that it is good to work hard. You work hard to pass examination. You work hard to make money. You should let the child know that your car is your car, not his own. Yes. That this car is not your own. That this car is daddy's car. You have got to grow up and acquire yours. That's reality. Child should be able to appreciate dignity in labor, should be able to use his or her hands to work. Now you can train up a child by teaching him contentment. Contentment. There are many children in the world today who have gone into a lot of illegitimate means to be able to make money because of lack of contentment. What they have is not enough for them, so they try to strive to have some more. So the child would have to be taught the lesson of contentment. The child should learn to be contented with what he or she has. It's a good way to train up a child. By so doing, the child will not stretch to try to get things he or she cannot afford. Another point is that you can train up a child by teaching him to be humane. 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 When you see a child pick up a knife to stab someone, that child is inhumane. The child should be taught to value life. Should not toy with blood. The Bible says, for the life of the flesh is in the blood. The child should be taught to be humane. Should be taught not to toy with life. Some time ago, I saw in a video a young man, a young boy, should be 5 years or 4 or 5 years or thereabout. He was asked, when you grow up, what are you going to be? He said, I'm going to be a murderer. I'm going to be a murderer. They asked him, why do you choose this line of profession? Do you know what the boy said? He said, I like killing in my life. I like killing in my life. When I grow up, I'm going to kill everybody. You know? So, the child would have to be taught to be humane. Respect human life. Don't toy with people. Don't toy with blood. Don't toy with human life. Let the child have sympathy, the heart of flesh, the heart of a human being. Should not be hard to the level of just, toying with life, which is not good at all. The child can be trained up by teaching him to be law-abiding. By teaching him to be law-abiding. Respecting traffic rules. The child should be taught to pay his taxes. The child should be taught to embark on community services. The child should be taught on how to be patriotic, how to be a patriotic citizen. This is very important. The child would have to be taught to love his country. His country should love and defend his country. This is very important. The child should also be taught to be God-fearing. The fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. For the child to grow in knowledge and in wisdom, he needs to have the fear of God. So you need to teach the child basic principles of the Bible, to teach the child about holiness, teach the child about prayer, teach the child about sanctification, teach the child about Holy Spirit baptism and what have you. So the child would have to grow in the fear of the Lord. The child should grow to be a role model in the society. Now, you need to equally train the child to be punctual at meetings. Teach your child to go to school early. Your child should be able to go to school early. That's how to teach punctuality. It has to start from there. Your child must not go to school after they have finished the devotion. Maybe they have started first period and your child walks in there. No, your child is supposed to be in school on time, right on time. This is very, very important. You have to train the child to be respectful. Respect the elders. Respect everyone. Should have respect for those who are older than him. Respect for the sensitivity of other people. Should respect the rights of other people. And you need to equally discipline by disciplining him when he errs. This is very important. You can't watch a child do something wrong and you don't say a thing. You don't say a thing, you don't do anything. That's not okay. You have to discipline the child when he errs. Very important. Let the child know that what he or she is doing is wrong. And when you are disciplining the child, explain to him or her the rationale behind the discipline. Should be able to know why he or she is giving those lashes of cane. Give him attention and supervise his activities. Don't leave him to himself. Can train him by giving him attention. Now, children learn in a very unique way. You see, basically, what you hear, you may forget. What you see, you may remember. What you do, you understand. So the things you watch the child do, which are not right, before long, they form parts of the child. So it's very important that you get to check all of that. And don't forget that if you train up a child, you'll be the one enjoying tomorrow. You can train down a child by talking down on that child, telling the child that he or she is not good enough, telling the child that he or she is not as good as his folks, by teaching the child that he's not as smart as his folks. So this is very important. You don't talk down on a child. Give the child reasons to keep going in life, reasons to be confident in life. There are things that a child would hear, and that affects his or her self-esteem. There are things you would say to a child, and the child is demoralized. There are things you would say to a child, and the child has poor self-worth. The child has poor self-worth. So please, it's very important that you try to boost the self-esteem of the child. It's very important that you try to talk up the child, not talk down the child. Don't compare your child to another child. No two children are the same. Their growth level could be different by reason of genetic composition. So you have to understand, you have to teach, you have to encourage, you have to empathize, you have to show understanding, especially when the child is not cooperating the way you would have him do. So parenting is a veritable tool for a better tomorrow, because the thieves that we have in our society were delivered of by women. And when they were born, there may have been, great celebration. Those armed robbers are people's children. And no child, especially those infant ones, those infants, they don't know Jesus. They see Jesus, they know Jesus in their parents. That's the truth. And you have to teach them correctly, because don't try to be sarcastic. Don't try to say things and say they are supposed to know, they are supposed to understand. No, it doesn't work that way. Don't try. When you are teaching a child, be straightforward. Let what you are telling the child be straight. Let what you are telling the child be correct. Let it be sharp. Don't say a thing and mean another thing. Children don't learn that way. Don't say a thing and mean another thing. They don't understand metaphor. You just have to put it to them straight. For example, a child left the Sunday school after service on a Sunday. Oh, sorry, it was in a children's Sunday school session. And a child raised up his hand and said, "Teacher, I would like to ask you a question. I'm giving this illustration for you to hear how children learn. I would like to ask you a question." And the teacher said, "Yes, please go ahead." He said, "Teacher, you said that the children of Israel crossed the Red Sea." And the teacher said, "Yes." "Teacher, you said the children of Israel ate manna? Say yes. Teacher, you said the children of Israel spoiled the Egyptians. The teacher said, yes, I said so. And the child said, what were the adults of Israel doing? That they gave the entire job to the children. You understand? That's how they learn. What were the adults doing? You keep saying, children did this, children did this. What were our daddies and mommies doing? That they passed the entire job to us. Some time ago, they asked a child in Sunday school class, he said, who is Jesus? He said, Jesus is Satan. Because of what? These children don't know. They know Jesus in their parents. When you wake up to pray, you are sending a message. When you give them good morals, you are sending a message. The things you teach them. So they begin to know Jesus in you. So this is very important that we give our children good morals. And we should also remember that these children are modeling us. They are modeling us. And parents should not allow teachers to be the only ones teaching their children. Reason is that they may not know the background of the teacher. The teacher might be teaching from her own perspective, which might not be morally sound. So try to check through, try to correct, try to do your bit whenever the child is back from school. Do your bit, do not leave everything to the teacher. And try to create time to listen to the child. A child who is going through something that is unpleasant will tell you, only if you can listen, because they have nothing to hide. They tell you everything. Even if someone did something and asked them, don't tell anybody, they will tell you the person asked you not to tell you. Not to tell anybody. That's how they are. That's how they are. So you just have to try to understand them, try to be close to them. You have to try to counsel them, give them good upbringing so that they can become better members of the society tomorrow. Now, a child you fail to train can turn out to be a thorn in your flesh. I have heard of children kill their parents. Those things happen. So for you to be able to live longer, for you to be able to enjoy peace, you need to take out time. You need to see it as a matter of necessity. You know, that you teach your children. Check what they do. Be interested in their well-being. Discipline them in love. I'm not talking about battering the child. You know, he or she has done is wrong. And you have to make use of, you know, appreciation and support whenever the child does well. Because it's not every time that the child will be doing that which is wrong. So whenever the child does what is right, try to chon. That way the child will be able to do well. Parenting is something that is very important, because if you miss it, it will surely come back to haunt you. If you miss it at that level, it will surely come back to haunt you. I've seen someone at the university stayed from year 1 to final year and was never a student. Yes. Someone close to me from year 1 to final year. He said he did a 4-year course. And one day he opened up to me that he was never a student. He was collecting fees from the parents, going home, on weekends, bringing food materials, collecting money for textbooks. I didn't even know, though we were living, in the same compound. But something led me to try to find out the fact that he was always going out with a novel. Not a single notebook. He was always going out with a novel. So I was inquisitive. How come that was the point that he informed me that he was never a student. The admission did not work, so he kept collecting money and was living his life. That is as a result of something that you may not be able to trace. And it shows a level of waywardness that you may not be able to, trace it to. But by and large, it's very important that we try to do our part. Try to do your part. Do not joke. Do not joke with raising your children so that they will not turn out to be a thorn in your flesh. Many people have regretted. In fact, some years back I read a book about a very wealthy man. He did quite well for himself. One day they asked him a question, what is your greatest regret? That was at retirement. Something you wished you could go back to correct. He said, I wish I could go back to spend more time with my children. Because I was looking for money, I never had time. I wish I could go back to be with them. So it takes a lot of sacrifice, and you have to know that this sacrifice you are taking is not going to last a lifetime. The sacrifice is not going to last a lifetime. It's just a phase. There would come a time that those children will be grown and they leave you. So now that they are still around, do everything possible to make sure that you give them the best. Do everything to make sure that you guide them. There would come a time that you try to call on them. They don't even have time to come around. Now that you have them, pay attention to them. Pay attention to them. A story is told of an armed robber who was about to die by firing squad. And he called out his mother. So, Mommy, can you come? When the mother came, hey, Mommy, let me tell you something. And the mother must have thought that he wanted to probably say his last words to her. But he ended up biting the mother's ear. Maybe he would have used his hands, but the hands had been tied to the stake. And the young man beat the mother's ear and said, if you had taught me well, if you had told me that the things that I do were wrong, I wouldn't be where I am today. And that left a very strong lesson. So, a child you failed to train well will come back to blame you tomorrow. That's the truth. You might think that they are just comfortable, they are happy. At this level, they need freedom, they want to be free, they just want to be happy, they want to do whatever they want to do. But later in the future, they will try to play back the record to see how good a father you were, to see how good a mother you will. So parenting is very, very important. The child must be taught to learn the core values of life, like honesty. You shouldn't tolerate a child telling lies. The child should be able to tell the truth at all times. Should be able to tell the truth at all times. Tell the truth at all times. You must not accept a child telling lies. You must stand your ground that honesty is the best policy. You must not tolerate stealing. Constantly check the things in your child's possession. Whatever you didn't give to that child and he brings back home, try to find out and return it. By so doing, the child would learn from that. Very important. And whatever someone gives to your child should be brought to you first. You should be able to check what is given to that child. Because that which is given to that child may not be good enough for the child to handle. It could be something harmful. And please, check the books your child reads. A lot of them have been radicalized as a result of the books they read. A lot of them do not imbibe godly principles. They do not imbibe sound teachings. Their sense of morality has been tempered, upon as a result of certain books they read. A child, someone once said something. A young lady said something some years ago and said, don't ever regret whatever you did and you enjoyed it. Don't ever regret whatever you did and you enjoyed it. So the bottom line is enjoyment. So long as you enjoyed it and the other person was crying, don't regret it. So long as you were doing it, you were happy at the time and it was not morally sound. So long as you were happy, don't regret it. Well, when you regret it, there is a sense of remorse for you to be able to make amends. So people who have such philosophies grow up to become reprobates. Reprobates are people who are morally depraved. They have given themselves to wrongdoings to such an extent that whenever they do something that is wrong, they don't feel remorse about it. They have given themselves over time to doing that which is wrong, such that they have reached a level of losing control, such that even if they do something that is wrong, they don't even feel it a thing. They still believe what they have done is right. Doesn't mean anything. So it's very important that we constantly check the books they read, try to check the sites they explore. Using their phones, because a lot of children have been indoctrinated into some things that are not good at all. Now, some years back, I was fortunate to counsel a young man who came to me. When we met, I don't know how he was able to do that. He was even telling me the sex of my baby at the time. he said a lot of things, extraordinarily. At the end of the day, he asked me to pray for him. At the end of the day, I ministered to him and wanted to pray for him. He said I shouldn't pray for him. So I tried to find out some things from him. He told me that his life was not okay. And I asked why. He said he lost contact with a lady who was giving him instructions from another country. That he contacted the lady on Facebook. Along the line, they started talking, and the lady would stay in that country and be giving him instructions, which he would carry out here. Along the line, he would leave his country and find himself in another place by virtue of following the instruction through phone communication. When you stay at night, do this, do this, do this, do this. By following the instruction, he would disappear and find himself in another place. So I asked him, so what's the problem now? He told me that the problem that he had at the time was the fact that he lost contact with the lady because his father got to realize their relationship. He got to know about their relationship, and he blocked his line, so he couldn't get contact with the lady again. Keep carrying out those instructions. The effects started coming on him such that he became abnormal. So I said, okay, Jesus can do it. Jesus can save you. Let me pray for you. So he said, no, don't pray for me. And if you must pray, you don't have to touch my head. And all of that. I said, okay, let me just pray for you. He said, before I pray, let me remove my wristwatch. A lot of things. Someone online, he started receiving instructions that came to him. I asked him, where do you stay? He told me that he used to sleep, at even from there. He would just fly in and fly out. But this time he lost contact and couldn't carry out those instructions again. So, have you agreed to the terms receiving instructions that will lead him or her to slot? It's a job that is very easy. Don't have two. If you can't take care of 3, don't dream of having 3. If you can't take care of 4, don't dream of having 4. If it is only 1 you can take care of, it's about taking responsibility. It's about taking fail to train well. Parenting goes beyond just taking care of your children alone. There are other children around you. A child who is not well behaved in the neighborhood that you just pay blind eyes to, you don't care, that move away from one person, the effect can equally affect a whole village, can affect a whole community, can affect a whole state, can affect a whole nation. So we are all foster parents. We are all foster parents. We are supposed to take responsibility. If you see a child who is not behaving well, I remember in those days, an elder can see a child on the road doing something that is not right and would pick up a cane to flog that child. But these days it's not like that. The parents will come fighting. Some parents will come fighting. Some parents will like to find out who flogged you. But in those days, an elder would see a child misbehaving and would just pick up a cane and flog that child and drive the child home. But these days, everyone is being careful. Teachers don't even beat, don't even discipline. the children, the parents will not tolerate it, And this is very important because these children need to be taken care of. They need to be disciplined. I'm not talking about battering them. They need to be disciplined because in the school of life, the disciplined rules over the undisciplined. So discipline is very important. Very, very important. So don't say, don't say my children are nice, these other children are misbehaving. You don't just look at them. And mind you, be very careful. Your very children that you think are okay might surprise you. That's why do not joke with the report a teacher gives concerning your child. The behavior of that child in your home might be different from the one he displays in school. Let me tell you something. You might be surprised as a parent to see the video clips of your child in the class. They play it to you when you are there. Mommy and daddy are not there. They video the child and they play the video to you. You might be surprised at what you would see. And you would be like, this my child who has been quiet. This child who is morally sound, is good and doesn't hurt a fly. You will be surprised to see your child punch another child terribly. And you say, boy, did you actually do this? And it's your baby, it's your child alive. So please, do not underestimate, do not play down on the report parents, those teachers give concerning your child. Don't joke with such reports. Don't say, it's just talking and all of that. No. Do not joke with such reports. Do not joke with such reports. Do not joke with such reports. Try to look at the report once more. And don't fight the teacher and say, the teacher is labeling my child a bad child and all of that. No. Try to listen first. Why not listen and try to find out if what the teacher said was true? So, parenting is very, very broad. It's very deep. It's not the job for, one individual. That's why, for the sake of children, I would recommend that parents who have issues in their marriage should try to resolve their differences and keep staying together instead of opting for divorce. Because sometimes a child raised by both parents seems to do much better than a child raised by single parents. So, one shall chase 1,000, two shall put 10,000 to flight. So it's very important that whatever differences you have, try to settle them for the sake of the children. There is a role that the father has to play in the life of a child. The role of the mother is there. So both parties must be available to help groom the child. If you know that you would not be with your husband or with your wife to raise your children to adulthood, don't have children. The moment you leave the work to one person, it becomes a very serious challenge. It becomes a very serious challenge. God has given women the grace to raise children, special grace, and has also given men special grace. We have the authority, we have fame. We can ask the child, sit down, we try to instill discipline as men. Mothers too, the same thing. So when the discipline, when the care, when the learning, when the training, when those things come from two areas, from two parties, they become much more weightier than such coming from just a hand. So it's in collaboration. There must be that collaboration. It's not something that should be done by one person. And in raising your children, especially the female children, equally teach them sex education. Equally teach them sex education. Is that some parents, because they do not want to open up everything, they try to, say things that will not help the child. For example, they don't mention the particular body part. They don't mention the particular body part. If it's the private part that you want to tell the child not to allow anyone to touch, mention the private part. Let the child know this is the place. Not telling the child, don't allow somebody to touch your bum. That's fine. Somebody can tamper with that place. You can ask a child, if somebody tampers, if somebody touches your private part, come and report to me. But you never taught the child what that place is called. And somebody touches that place, the child will not come and report to you because you didn't mention it. So long as the person didn't touch the bum, the child will not report. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Because you taught the child that that place is bum, which is not. So whatever something is done, the child cannot tell you because it is not bum. It was bum you were talking about. So you have to teach the child in clear terms. Put it straight, make it simple in a way that the child would be able to understand. It is very important. Let the child be taught in a way he or she would be able to understand. It's good to teach them early. I trust that we will raise good children for a better society. I trust that we will raise law-abiding children that will make us proud tomorrow. Thank you so much. Does anybody have a question? Okay. You can stand up and ask.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, for that elaborate teaching on parenting. Please, a round of applause once again for that day here. While you were teaching, I was busy writing down some things I want clarification on. Because, for example, I paid a visit to a friend, but a senior friend. And one of his sons did something that the wife didn't like. And the wife raised her hand to smack the boy on the bum, and then she retrieved her hand. I was watching her. So I got close to her and asked her, why didn't you do what you wanted to do? She said, because we're about traveling out of Nigeria to US. So I'm trying to control myself. That's when it dawned on me that training of a child or parenting a child due to different environments, it has its own peculiarities. So bringing it back to Nigeria or our own society, for example, how can we, one of the questions is, how can we train a child or raise up a child or discipline a child without using the rod? Is there any way or we can discipline a child without using the rod. That's number one. Number two is that how do we correct this culture that is ravaging our society? But first, we attribute it to the bad parenting. Yesterday, while here, I was actually talking with somebody because she mentioned her friend that is into something. It's even hard for me to even talk about it publicly, and the person is proud of it. Proud of it, that is what pays our moral standard. But their child is the opposite of that. So how can these things be corrected? Because right now, she's already in it. What are the ways that